welcome back to Nintagious. How you guys doing tonight? I feel like I might need to turn the music down a little bit more. Let me know if that's the case. Let me see. Where's my bot? Where's my bot? Drop Pixels. Riley, if you're still hanging around, how's it going? Volpe, JMT, how you guys doing? Anyone else might be lurking about? It's good to have you. As I mentioned last night, our team changed so much last night that we're gonna work on updating it tonight now. First things first, we have to delete all of these filters because they cause a ton of lag. So we're just gonna delete all those. I should just add audio ducking to the music. That'd be an even better idea. Also, definitely need to add something to the layout that says in big bold letters, no requests, before that potentially becomes an issue. Alright. So, first things first, Poliwhirl. Blue is perhaps miraculously still surviving. So I think that's what we're gonna do first. Oh good, depending on the generation, Poliwhirl sometimes has fingers and sometimes doesn't. Spectacular. I'm gonna go with the modern design, which does not. But it looks like in first and second generation he had fingers. Alright, yeah, this is basically the important one because... well, one of the important ones. We're gonna focus on the live team first. That makes more sense, right? Riley, welcome back, by the way. I almost thought about not including anybody that would be drawn just to have as a ghost. But I do feel like we should include them, because some of them were very helpful while they were alive, so... Okay, yeah, the Poliwhirl first. Unlike the Mega Man art stream, I am using references for this. I'm not familiar enough with drawing Pokemon to be able to do them from memory, even though some of them are, like, pretty simple. I just don't think that would go super well, so... Unfortunately, that usually means I'm not gonna have... I'm gonna have to reorganize a bit here, because... where I currently have references up, that blocks chat, so that's not helpful. we'll figure it out. We're still a bit of a trial by fire here. Something I really like about this whole style that I use for everything we've been doing so far is that they're so much smaller and simpler that it's like pretty simple to just kind of knock them out. Sometimes the poses will give you trouble, but I'd say for the most part. I think Geodude was one I drew twice. For the most part, it just kind of clicks. It just kind of works. I should probably change that off of the Game Boy Green, huh? That's pretty disgusting. I guess it could just be white. Hey guy, how's it going? Yeah, we're gonna knock Poliwrath out of the way first, because Blue's a trooper. I'm regularly shocked at, like, despite how little damage, like how bad Blue's damage is, the fact that she's still alive. I did do several hours of grinding last night, worth pointing out. Didn't lose anyone, didn't even come close to losing anyone, so that was fortunate. I think I got the Drowsy up to level 20, and the Venonat's up to, like, level 18. I'm probably gonna keep going tonight and try and get them to, like, mid-20s before next week. I also fussed around with trying to get the multiplayer functionality to work, and could not get it to work, so we won't be drawing Golem tonight, at least. I was also grinding long enough that it became morning, and I actually started seeing Pokemon that I didn't have. Which was like... Since we didn't catch anything on the route I was on, the route I was grinding on, because everything was stuff we already had, I did wind up catching a Farfetch'd. It's just not round enough. It's just not round enough. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, what, the Firestorm route? I really like it with the exception of... There's that one part in Fireman stage where you're really at the mercy of Chanky RNG. And that's just really unfortunate. It's a realization I'm having about speedrunning lately, though, that's kind of nice, is that if the route that the big boys use doesn't work for you, it doesn't have to work for you. Like, that kind of worked out in X4, right? I switched to the other Buster upgrade and had a much easier time of things, even though that's not the one they use. Now, a lot of that, in that particular case, is the fact that I'd already played that game casually multiple times, so I'm already kind of comfortable with playing it a certain way. So trying to adapt, like switch that up and be like, oh, I guess I'm gonna play it a different way now, like, wasn't working super well. I don't love the way. Yeah. That needs to be a little bit bigger, I think. Before we add any details, it just looks like he has a very large, screaming mouth. Just ah! Save early, save often. Same rules as RPGs. Hey Caleb, how's it going, by the way? Yeah, I think it's one of those things where, like, I don't think Firestorm's actually faster, and, like, once you really get down to the nitty-gritty of optimization, but it's very safe. It's a very versatile weapon that's very useful. Helps you in a lot of situations that are otherwise pretty difficult to deal with. Don't worry about it, Volpe. We'll be here when you get back. We're gonna have to close that off, I think. Will not only be here when you get back, but Poliwhirl will probably not be screaming for help anymore. Oh, good luck with that, JMT. I hope training is... You actually started it today, right? So I hope that's going well, and I hope that, shifting your schedule around is going well. That's probably the worst part, is having to do that. I think on Poliwhirl, or Poliwag. No, I did just do one big line. Okay. Good. Good, good. Did I use Mania for Labo too? I might have. I don't remember. I almost used Forces tonight, but decided to just stick with Mania. And Wendigo Arts, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, by the way. But yeah, I think art streams are usually fun to lurk in because of... One, there's usually music playing. Two, artists are typically more chill, so we're usually not, like, talking and super energetic during a stream like this. So it's probably a little bit more peaceful. That and, like, whenever you can look up every couple minutes and be like, oh, let's see how far it's come in the past couple minutes. I think I mentioned a couple nights ago that, like, way before I started watching game streams, I used to watch art streams a lot. The original 2DS? I never played anything on an original 2DS. I had no reason to ever get one. Especially because I was an oddity that the 3D of the 3DS was actually part of the appeal to me. So I was like, why would I want a version that doesn't have 3D? Like, what's the point? I thought the new 2DS, I think, looks really slick. Like, slick enough that I want to get one just to be like, look, I have one, it's fancy. Yeah, I only had the original 3DS and I did get an XL when those came out. Boy, let me tell you, I have definitely played thousands of hours of gameplay between those two 3DSs. Like, I played the hell out of those damn things. It's kind of funny because now I don't do handheld gaming like at all. Perfect. There we go. That was pretty good, I think. You had to help set them up. There wasn't much setup involved on those things, though. Something good about Nintendo systems is, like, you really don't have to worry about that stuff. You just kind of turn it on and go. I remember when I got the Switch, I was kind of blown away at how just easy it was. Comparatively, I helped a cousin set up an Xbox One, and that was a fucking nightmare. That took hours. That back eye is bothering me for some reason, and I'm not totally sure why. I think I see it now. Alright, he's way too big. Also, I still see some definite proportion issues here, so hold on, we're not done yet. I thought we were, but I'm seeing some definite issues. Good example here of how Pokémon designs are often deceptive. Like, sure, it's such a simple design, but very easy for it to look even just a little off. I mean, that's a stupid question, because the 2DS and the Switch have completely different games. That's like asking someone why you'd get a PS4 when you have an Xbox One. It's like they do have different games. You know that, right? Like, that's. I could say, like, if you got like an original 3DS while the 2DS existed, I would have been like, why would you get that instead? But even then, yeah, preference is a thing. But why would you get a 2DS when the Switch exists is a very, very dumb question. Especially if you already had games for it. Alright, he's a little... a little misshapen, but I think it's okay. It's not that bad. If anything, this line back here is still kind of off. I really think that your friends and family ask you questions like that just to fuck with you. Like, I don't think they're legitimate questions. I think they're just like, well, guy's gonna roll his eyes if we say this, so... Oh, it's about the right size, I think. Nah, maybe a little bit smaller. We don't want him to be too big. I'm not going for, like, super accurate size differences here. But I do think, like, we want him to at least be slightly bigger than Poliwag, but not so big that there's still room to have a Poliwrath be even bigger. That's kind of where I'm going with this. So I think that might be good. I don't think they're as big as Gravelers either, so I think that works. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna split the difference between 80% and 90%. You know, with 85. Yeah, I lived 3DS for a while. That was... Like I said, thousands of gameplay hours on that thing, easily. I think between Fire Emblem, Pokemon, and Animal Crossing and Smash alone, I had to have had thousands of hours on that damn thing. And I didn't even dabble in Fantasy Life or Tamagotchi Life or anything like that. Oh, and Monster Hunter. Let's not forget Monster Hunter. I'm pretty sure each of those games had at least, like, 300 or 400 hours on them. Hyrule Warriors, that was another one I played the hell out of. Yeah, I think, sadly, even a lot of people that owned a Wii U, it just sat there. I'm pretty sure I still put in, between Splatoon and Mario Kart and Smash, I still probably put in thousands of hours of gameplay on the Wii U. But it wasn't as memorable, I guess. I remember the 3DS days fondly, where I'm like, yeah, I played the hell out of that thing. I loved that thing. The Wii U was so sad, too, because it was like, I wanted to play it, they just weren't giving me a reason to. Alright, where's, yeah, so I did use a smaller line width for eyes. Fortunately, I think I can just use the same colors from Poliwag here.
It's raining so hard she can barely see where you're going. I wish it was raining here. It's been like a little rainy. I wish it would just full tilt, just storm for a while. Yeah, I guess that works. That wasn't great, but... Whoops.
can get the size of that just right. I feel like he should have a highlight. Did I get Poliwag one? No. He really didn't have a place for it, is the issue. And Poliwag is retired. Um...
We can go in here and do some edits really quick, because now we know that she's not shiny, even though we're about to make it grayscale anyway for ghosting. Still gonna change the colors. Which I think the pink is really the only one we have to change. I guess we could change the hair. We could make it a little less pale, I guess. Whoops. Hair actually has like a bit of a gold hue to it. We're gonna have to... Not quite like that, though. Kind of like that, but we're gonna need, like... to be lighter than that. It's not. It's a little too light. That'll do, I think.
Yeah, those hours pile up fast. You have a pretty zit? I don't know what to say to that, right? Congratulations. Like, here's a fun fact. I fucking hate Pokemon that have 3 fingers. Not a fun time. Not a fun time. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. What if his head should be turned up instead? Like, turned up into the side. Nah. I can already have a hard time seeing that.
Man, what a creepy fucker Drowsy is. This is so interesting, though, because, like, I've never drawn a Drowsy, right? Like, a lot of these Pokemon are just, like, I've never had the opportunity, like, never invented the opportunity to draw them. These hands are about to invent a lot of trouble, though. I can feel it. Hey, Chris, how's it going?
You're also drawing. Good. Believe me, I know the struggle of when you're not able to. Been very fortunate lately that it's been. I don't know what I did. I kind of triggered it, and now I like can't stop myself, which now put me in a situation of knowing I'm gonna burn out sooner or later, and not looking forward to that. Which I think is just causing me to push harder because I want to get as much out of it before I potentially burn out. Inevitably burn out. Yeah, it's anything creative, Riley. And know that it happens to everybody. It's like that's something I still deal with when I start dealing with like creative block, and I start thinking like, oh, what's wrong with me? Why can't I just continue drawing like other artists can? They deal with it too. I just don't see it. Oh, I forgot Dwayne was speedrunning tonight. Shit. Actually, I don't think I knew he was speedrunning tonight. Come to think of it. You draw all the time more than you should, you feel? Yeah, it's important to take breaks, for sure. I don't know how old you are. That can make a factor, that can be a factor too. Like, I definitely reach points where I feel like I have to stop because my body is starting to be like, okay, you can't keep going like this. You gotta take a break. Which is unfortunate. Oh, to be 18 again. Nah, we don't need that.
But yeah, even just mentally, you can definitely like burn out of ideas, and then you'll have a hard time being like, I don't even know what to draw.
Definitely smaller. Yeah, I feel like that's a decent size.
Yeah, that can be a thing too, where you have like too much to work on. Or perhaps worse, just not the time because of work and other things taking it up. Like, I won't lie. And I think I mentioned this on stream before, so it's not like it's anything new, but on my week off, I got, like, so keyed up on drawing that I almost took a second week off just because I just wanted to keep drawing. Like, streaming is fun too, but I'd say like 50% of the time right now when I start a stream, I'm like, I'd rather just draw. Like, I don't even feel like playing video games right now. But fortunately, since I do still enjoy streaming, it kind of makes it, kind of balances it out. If I had a job that I didn't like, it would be significantly more difficult to deal with. Fortunately, my new computer did allow me to, like, split the difference and just be like, well, what if I just make streams? What if that's what streams are? What if I just do both forehead?
This fucker just has, like, little black eyes, right?
Yeah.
Man, smoothing, work with me. Sometimes auto smoothing just doesn't function. Ultimately, does it matter? Probably not. You're not going to be able to tell it. Wide zooms. Like, do I even have smoothing on right now? Like, holy shit. Oh my god. Whoops. Yeah, it's not gonna fly at all. That looks terrible. Oh, I use Adobe Animate because I'm weird. It's more so that when I started doing digital stuff, I wanted to animate. Like, that was what I wanted to really focus on. So I just started to learn Animate first. I learned Animate and Photoshop, but I always fucking hated Photoshop, honestly. I thought Photoshop was garbage. I never understood how it took off. I think it was just too easy to pirate, so everybody was just like, well, everybody has a copy of pirated Photoshop hanging around, so just, it's easy to find. I think that's why it got so popular. I don't know anyone that uses Photoshop anymore, actually. But, yeah, I just stuck with Animate, because eventually I was like, I'm making a living as an artist now, and I'm not comfortable with continuing to pirate it, so I'm gonna have to actually buy it, and I'm not gonna buy two pieces of Adobe software, because they're fucking expensive as hell. So I stuck with Animate. Or Flash at the time. It's now known as Animate. Which is still really useful, because I use it for, like, stream stuff, like the animated backgrounds and the stinger transitions between scenes and stuff. a lot of it is just stubbornness. I'm set in my ways and I don't want to learn new software. But then, like, I have, like, the animated, like, Fall Guy wearing the Mii costume for when I'm playing Fall Guys. I wouldn't have been able to animate that if I had stuck with a different piece of software, so... I'd say it still mostly works out. It just has a lot of tools that I like, too. For example, I don't know if you dabble in digital art at all, but this is all vector as opposed to raster. I'm not sure how. It's probably raster. If you work in raster, like, you can only zoom in so far, right? And then it starts to get all pixelated. Whereas here, you've probably been able to notice that I can zoom in pretty damn far, and it's still nice and smooth. That's because it's all rendered in real time. Which means I could publish this at any size, and it would retain quality. Speaking of zooming, I zoomed in too far there. That's fine now. Another thing I like is it has graphic design tools, which is helpful, because they basically started building Animate. Now, like, Flash is being filtered out, right? So now they're giving it, like, HTML5 capabilities, which basically makes it good for making websites, which means you need to have graphic design tools. I tried to switch to... At the time, it was Manga Studio. Now it's Clip Studio Paint, is what it's now called. I tried to switch to that at one point, and I liked it, but it just didn't have graphic design tools. Like, if I wanted to do basic stuff like draw a square or a circle, it just didn't really get the job done for what I wanted. Now, that might have changed. It might not be like that anymore. That was a couple years ago. But whenever I do, like, logos or anything, that's all done here, too. I actually had Krita installed on my old computer for one very specific reason. It was kind of silly. Like, this, because of this being vector, this is really bad for, like, pixel art. So, like... Let me find... That's not what I'm looking for. I guess this will work. That's too small. So, like, if you've seen my break screen, I did that a couple months ago now already. Which I guess you can't even really see very well there, but if I zoom in, you can see that's all pixel art. I can't really do that in Animate. So I actually did this in Paint, in just MS Paint. And then I took it to Krita because Paint can't save transparencies, and I needed it to have a transparent background. So I got Krita literally for that reason and that reason alone. Now, I did technically create that in Animate here, which I don't know if I can show this off. I might be able to. Let me see. Not really. You guys can't... Well, you can kind of see it. I just changed the rendering to fast. And that makes it so that the lines aren't smooth. You might be able to see that they're kind of, like, jagged and pixelated now. So what I did was... I did that. I set rendering to fast, I print screened, and then I pulled it, I took it into Paint, and then I touched it up. Yeah, and I think when it comes to creative fields, I think that's the mantra to work by, is whatever works. Like, whatever works for you. That's something I hated about the college I went to, is the professors were all very, do it my way, there's only one right way to do this, and I was like, but there isn't one right way to do it. Like, isn't that one of the appeals of the profession? Hey, View. Yeah, not all the professors I had were like that, but like a few I had were very, you do it my way, and I was like,
Wouldn't all art be the same thing if everyone did it only one way? Like, that's dumb. That doesn't apply in that field. Now, if you're going to college to be a surgeon, sure, show me. There is one correct way to do this, you're right. Like, obviously that's a little different. This fucking line right here still looks fucking terrible. That one still doesn't look great either. Did you stream today, View? I don't think I saw a notification, but... Oh, you added another off day? It sounds like work's been super busy, so that's understandable. Especially if you can manage to get one of those off days off from both streaming and work, so you can actually just relax. Yeah, I know you mentioned getting the filter glasses the other night. It's weird, I don't have that issue. I guess it's just different people are affected different ways.
Yeah, I've had people show concern before about, like, not only staring at screens so long, but being a night owl. And they're always like, oh, just, that must be hell on your eyes. And I'm like, no. Not really. Terrible. Especially back, like, 15 years ago now, when I started having a lot of sinus issues, and I got allergy migraines, like, all the time. A lot of people were just like, oh, it's because you stare at computer screens all the time. And I was like, no, it's not. Pretty sure it's not, because I wake up with a splitting migraine after I've not been staring at a screen for 8 hours of sleep. That's not how it works. But at the time, I swear, like, 15 years ago, like, allergies were so, like, uncommon. Like, seasonal allergies. Not a lot of people dealt with them. So whenever you said you were dealing with seasonal allergies, people looked at you like you were just making an excuse. And they were just like, oh, you just don't want to do anything. You're just lazy. And then a couple of years after that is when everybody started having seasonal allergy issues, and they were all, like, whining about, like, feeling like they were dying. And I was like, yeah, that's what I've been dealing with for several years, and you thought I was full of shit. So, yeah, that's a thing. You tried to just come up with excuses for why, oh, it's probably this, and I was like, no, I'm pretty sure it's fucking pollen. Nah, you just want to sleep all the time. Fuck you. If I've never shared this story, that's why I started being a night owl, actually, was because seasonal allergies bothered me less at night. So I was just able to be more productive. Like, during the day, they were so bad that I was just, like, crippled and I was in bed, like, all day. So I was like, hey, I'm just gonna stay up all night. And, like, then I can actually do things. I can actually function. Then people got all judgy, and I started losing friends because they were judgy about, like, oh, you slept until noon? Bitch, I was up until 6 a.m. Yeah, I slept until noon. Try and keep an open mind. I have noticed that my eyes are more sensitive to sunlight now, like, for sure. Like, low-key vampire eyesight, where I go out into like, full-tilt summer daylight, and I'm like... It's not a good time. I mean, I adjust. If I... Like, after a couple minutes, I'm like, oh, this is fine. Hey, Acid, how's it going?
Yeah, I think it's just a common misconception that if you're a night owl, a lot of people assume that you just don't get sleep, or you sleep way too much. Which is like, I still sleep the same amount of hours as you do, it's just different hours. How is that so hard to comprehend? And then, yeah, a lot of people, like, stick their nose into it, and they try to get all, like, judgy and shitty about it. It's like, what the I don't judge you for sleeping during the night. Leave me alone. What's wrong with you? It baffles me when people just can't comprehend it. And yeah, it's like, especially with the people that work midnight shifts at wherever they work. Like, I had a friend that worked at a Sheetz for, like, 10 years. And he was like, someone's gotta work that shift. Like, if they're gonna be open all night, someone has to work that shift, right? Like, why do people not understand that? Yeah, and yeah, you're right, Acid. And people are still very closed-minded today, but it is getting better, where people are at least trying to, like, making an effort to see things from someone else's perspective, instead of just being like, you don't live the same way I do, and therefore you're wrong. And take it easy, Icarus. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Yeah, it's all moderation, right? Who the fuck was in the studio? I love that line. Listen to this shit. Fucking T-Lopes, man. Why are these little eyebrow lines giving me so much trouble? Acknowledging the fact that a lot of people watching are probably like, what was wrong with that one? You know what? I think that's workable. I think I can kinda... I feel like I didn't make him thick enough. But you know what? He's only going to be there for one stream, and then he's going to inevitably either evolve or die, so Does it matter? I don't think it matters. It's good enough. Also, is he supposed to be an elephant? I don't think so. I think he's supposed to be. He's a pachyderm of some sort, though. He's got to be, right? Oh shit! Wait, does this take? Is this supposed to be lined? Yes, it is. Okay. Do 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 do. He could be an anteater. That would actually make a lot of sense. He's a creepy motherfucker, though. That's what he is. That's what he is. Oops. Man, they made the scroll bars on, like, the 2020 version of Animate really tiny, and therefore I misclick them a lot. It's kind of annoying. Got a little far ahead. Yeah, there weren't too many, but they were like, they were all super good. It helps that there's a billion poison types that they can just run rampant on. Have you ever heard the optional super boss theme from this game view? That's another, like, why would you do this? It's another just so unnecessary of a track. This is Mania. Sonic Mania. That's not really super accurate of a color. This is. No, I think that's a little too gold. I think we're gonna have to mix that a little bit. Great, we gotta fucking try hard on these colors. Alright, let me take a peek here. Yeah, it's way too red. It should be, like, muddier. Yeah, if you get the expansion, you got 2 additional characters to play as on top of that too. A little bit more. A little bit more. I think that should maybe be a little paler. I can't find my cursor. There we go. I think that'll do. I think that'll do. I kind of feel like he should have a highlight, but I'm also not really feeling it. I'm also questioning if that's too gold. That might need to be a little bit more pale. Yeah, the purple is just like a placeholder color. I could use anything for that, really. But I use purple as like the lighting color because I think it's good for like, it's pretty neutral. It kind of fits most situations. Actually, I think we are going to add a highlight here. Weren't there some other Sonic games you were gonna play too, View? Sonic Marathon when? Alright, I do think this gold needs to be... Let's just steal it from Smoochum. Fuck it. That's actually not that much more pale. You know what? No, because we don't want to make it any more pale, because then the highlight's not going to show up correctly. Okay. But yeah, from what I've seen, a lot of artists will do this, where they actually do the shadows on like another layer, and then they apply the multiply filter to the entire layer to create the shadows. That's more or less what I'm doing here. And in fact, if I were doing like a big piece, that's how I would do it. But instead I just have this shade assist blob here. The darker purple is for shadows and the lighter purple's for highlights, and then I just... Like, if I put it, it's at like 30% translucency, I think. So if I drop it there, it's just kind of layering the color on top, right? But if I multiply, it kind of creates that shadow tone for the bottom one. And then if I do add instead, it creates that highlight tone for the top one. And then I just use the eyedropper to just grab the color and use it.
I think we're actually gonna move Drowsy down there and Poliwhirl up here. Okay. Next, we still have like 3 to do, dear lord. Yeah, it can be... I was doing 6 days a week there for a while, and I was kind of like, this is kind of crazy. It's kind of a double-edged sword because I know I have this problem, at least, where there's so many different games I want to play that only doing 5 days a week makes me feel like I just can't get through everything. Like, it's impossible. There's just too much to do and not enough time. Which can be nightmarish. Whoa. You alright? You alright there, Adobe? I love the simple ones. I can just fucking bam, done. Cause it almost sucks because it's a Venonat. How the fuck do you pose a Venonat, right? It almost feels like I'm just copying the official artwork because it's so simple that there's not many different ways to pose it, right? So on that note, doing something like Croconaw or Drowsy is more interesting because I can actually come up with my own pose. But on the other hand, this is just nice and easy, and I'm just like, boom. Moving on. As long as it's not a Poliwhirl and gives me proportion issues halfway through where I'm like, wait, this doesn't look right. YouTube burnout is real. I swear it hits me every year during the summertime without fail. Mine's real bad, too. It usually lasts months before I can get my mind right for it again. I'm very lucky that hasn't happened, because we were talking about that a bit earlier, where with art, that's very much a thing. Where I'll go a couple weeks, a couple months where I'm just, like, drawing constantly, and then I'll hit a period of, like, 3 months where I want nothing to do with it. Like, I just can't bring myself to do it. I was very worried when I started streaming that was, in fact, going to be an issue with streaming, too. Where I was gonna hit points where I was just like, I just don't want anything to do with it anymore. And I actually haven't had that happen, which I'm very grateful for. Because, yeah, it sounds terrible.
I still sympathize because I deal with it with other things, but... Also, hey Paul, how's it going? Yeah, it's the worst thing about doing freelance illustration is that sometimes it just... Sometimes the block just hits and you're like, well, I guess I'm not making money as in this profession right now because I just can't bring myself to work on anything. And if I force it, everything's terrible. Which is very much a thing with streaming, too. You can kind of tell when a streamer is, like, forcing something, and it's not something they're super passionate about, but they're like, well, I gotta get the content out there, but you can tell that they're doing it just to fill that content quota. That's why I'll just always think it's best. Streamers are always at their best when it's something they legitimately want to be doing and not feeling like it, and not something that they feel like they have to do. I've actually watched some streamers play Fall Guys where I can tell they're not that into it, but they're like, well, Fall Guys is trendy, so I gotta play it. And it's like, but I can tell that you don't want to play it. That just makes you less entertaining. I'd rather you not do the trendy thing and have fun with it. I guess Fortnite's a better example there than Fall Guys, because it's very rare to see somebody playing Fall Guys where they, like, legitimately hate it. But it was very common to see people playing Fortnite, and it's like, wow, you really don't like this game, do you? I always cite Splatoon as my moment of that. Splatoon was the moment where I was like, there's no way in hell I could possibly be entertaining right now playing this game, because that's how bored I am. Hey Coulter, how's it going?
Is it completely leaving mobile now, or is it just it? Last I heard is it was just leaving the stores, right? Or is it like completely leaving? Like you just can't get it at all now. Alright, this might suck a little bit. Because there's no rhyme or reason to how this thing's fur works. We're just gonna kind of make it up. It definitely does make me happy that you basically only hear about Fortnite as a meme now. Streamers don't see people coming in. Do you play Fortnite? Like, you don't... I unironically see people asking that. It's always because they're memeing. Which is still annoying, but, you know. That might be what I like most about Fall Guys, is it's something that's trendy, that's also, like, completely wholesome, and it's not fucking bang bang shoot a man. And yet, look at that, people are still able to have fun with it, imagine that. This thing's gonna be a nightmare to ink. You guys know that, right? See, the last I heard, fact check that guy, because the last I heard is that it was still available on mobile, but you just can't get it through Google stores anymore. So you have to, like, go through some weird roundabout shit to be able to install it. Now, maybe they just said, fuck it, it's not even worth putting it on phones at that rate, which, honestly, would be a pretty decent idea, because then they could focus on not making a watered-down version of the game. They could focus on making the console version as good as it can be, which is, honestly, just probably a good idea. Oh, because updates aren't going to continue coming to phone. Okay, yeah, so you could play it, but until it updates, and then it's going to be unplayable. That makes sense. Because, yeah, there's no point. There's no reason for them to even continue supporting it at that point. "19 days until a TikTok ban, and if they don't buy... Yeah, wasn't Microsoft trying to buy them? But honestly, like... Okay, the anecdotal evidence thing that Twain talks about, right? Most examples I see of, like, TikTok memes are completely cancerous and they don't need to exist in this society. Are there good things on there that aren't totally terrible? Probably. That's probably just not... It's just not what I see. So I'm kind of like, whatever. Get rid of it.
and you know it's bad. Again, this could be skewed perspectives, but you know it's bad when they started talking about the TikTok ban. I saw people on Twitter saying, please don't, because then TikTok users are gonna come here. If Twitter users are like, oh hell no, you know you don't want to fuck with that. Like, you don't want any part of it. Be like if after the Tumblr exile, everybody was like, hey, let's go to TikTok, and Tumblr users were like, nah, that's okay. We good. I think that was pretty good. For something I more or less made up. It's not bad. Yeah, like that's happened on other platforms too. It's happened on YouTube, it's happened on Twitter, it's happened on Facebook, it's happened on probably on Instagram. The dead platforms like Vine. Vine's dead, right? Or does that still exist? I don't know, whatever. But yeah, it's not the platform that makes people stupid, let's look at it that way. The platform only allows us to see that people are stupid. But yeah, they all allow us to see that people are stupid. Like, I've definitely heard people say stuff about, like, man, people sure are getting dumber. No, it's just easier to see dumber people today. Social media made it very easy to just have a window into, hey, look, somebody's stupid. And unfortunately, reality TV kind of proved this long before social media did. People like pointing at stupid people and saying, ha! Look how stupid they are. Like, people would rather do that than look at someone doing a good thing and saying, wow, what a genuinely nice person. I feel like he should be a little bit smaller. Venonat's tiny. Pretty sure. I think that might be okay. Let's roll with that. And the big thing to keep in mind, that's not why TikTok's potentially getting banned either. It's not because of like a cancerous meme lord user base or anything. That's why I say good riddance, but that's not why they're trying to ban it. They're trying to ban it because it's China developed, and the way China's laws work, they're basically allowed, like, if they wanted to, not saying they are, but if they want to, They reserve the right to go into that application and take everyone's personal information. That's just the way the laws work there. And that's the part that makes people say this is not okay. Like, it's a massive security breach. And that's what's causing them to say we need to ban this.
Oops. I'll turn those translucencies off. I'm a little afraid that those are actually causing a slight bit of lag. Just a teeny bit of lag. That was with the mouse, by the way. So if you wanted to know what it would look like if I was drawing with a mouse, that's about it. It's not great. It's not great.
I was just throwing it out there in case anyone didn't know what the reason was. Because I imagine a lot of people don't know. Hell, when I heard about the ban, I had no fucking idea. I had to dig to find out why they were actually doing it. Because when it became trending, it basically became trending as people on TikTok are bullying Trump, so he's just gonna ban TikTok. And I was like, that can't be the reason. That 100% can't be the reason. I had to dig to find out what the actual reason was, because our media is garbage and doesn't actually give us any information. So yeah, I was just tossing it out there in case somebody didn't know what the deal was. Alright, I should go get a drink before we ink this mother up. I realized I don't have to break screen. I can literally just put a... I can literally just put that there, and everybody knows, right? Like, you guys can just continue listening to the music. Yeah, that's the way it works these days, is... everything has to be political, even if it's not political at all. It agitates the hell out of me. Oh. Good opportunity to stretch, too. So yeah, we're gonna take a quick break before we continue. We're making pretty good time tonight. When we did the, Mega Man stream, it took us... we only got two characters done in 6 hours, because Mega Man himself took forever for whatever reason. I just had a lot of issues with that pose. We've already finished Poliwhirl and Drowsy, and we're like 50%. Maybe not 50%, because inking takes a while. But we're already, like, in there on Venonat, so... I think we should be able to... we'll definitely get Venonat finished up, and then... after that, we're basically drawing Pokemon that died already. Like, that we started using in yesterday's stream, and they already died. So we still have 2 to do. I might also add the trainer. I thought about adding the trainer to this montage. I'm not sure if I'm totally sold on that, because it's already a little cluttered. It's already a little cluttered. So I don't know if I'm gonna do that, but I might. No, you didn't. You didn't yet. This is our current team.
These 5 and Venonat
Is our current team. These 4 are still hanging in here real strong.
No, let me see. JMT, Riley, 7, View, and Light Gazer are 5 KOs so far. Fortunately, Zubat will be very easy to draw. That one won't be difficult at all. Haunter, it shouldn't be too difficult either. Yeah, Zubat got trashed by a Rattata because Rattatas are not to be fucked with. 2 levels away from evolution. That's the really sad thing. If you could have held in there just a little bit longer, I think after evolution it would have been fine. I'm worried that Venonat might be the same thing. Venonat has a high chance of dying. Because I feel like they're pretty squishy. There's a good chance that he might just get splatted before he ever reaches evolution. His evolution's like 32 or something stupid like that too, so it's quite a ways away. Welcome back, Volpe, by the way. I think Generation 2... I think Generation 2 had Crobat, yeah. I think a lot of people got it for 49. I was actually watching the price for a while in case it went on sale, and I never caught it on sale for anything. It was always 60 whenever I looked. I remember drawing Haunter one time and everything just went right first try, and it was the best feeling ever. That's kind of what happened with Venonat here. Like, that just kind of snapped together in like 20 minutes. And I was like, hey, it's a good feeling. And Volpe asks, can you explain how you've been working? What do you mean? Like, my overall process, or you want me to explain what you missed? Either way, I'm gonna hop up to get a drink, but I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we will continue, and I will address that when I get back. So, like I said, I'm not gonna put a break screen up or anything, because this basically functions as a break screen, right? You still got music and everything, so I'm just gonna let that do its thing. So, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So stay tuned. Okay, I'm back. Let me see. Where's, I think my dashboard broke. What a shock, right? Alright, so it's pixels for end of break. And 4 over 10 likes, because I saw we had like 12, I think. You never caught when you weren't here when we caught the drowsy? It wasn't yesterday, it was last week. And yeah, I don't really draw Pokemon much either, which has been interesting about this. Most of these I've never drawn before. It's like the exact opposite of what was going on with Mega Man, where it's like all of that stuff I had drawn before, which is why I was like, I'm gonna be a tryhard and just do it without reference. Horrible with decision paralysis? In what? In Wasteland 3, I assume? That seems like the type of game that gives you a lot of choices, and you might often be like, I don't know what to pick. Alright. So here's what you missed, Volpe. We finished Poliwhirl and we did Drowsy. Drowsy's loony. Is Wasteland like... Is it like a roguelike? Is it one of those things where you're going to be creating a new character like every couple days because they die, or... I don't know anything about that franchise, honestly. And as for process, Volpe, I'll wait until I do the next Pokemon, and then I'll explain it as I'm doing it. As opposed to trying to explain what I already did here, you know what I mean? Oh, so it's like, yeah, too many options. Not really decision paralysis as much as... Well, I guess that's still decision paralysis. Having too many options and being unable to decide between them all. Hey, welcome to being a streamer. That's what we do all the time. I could play this, but I want to play this. But I also really want to play this. But this is trendy, so I should probably play this because people will like it. I guess I'll just take tonight off. Like, show of hands, who's been there?
Hell, that was tonight. I was like, I could play this, or I could play this, or I could play that, or I could just fucking draw, because that's what I want to do. Taking a night off wasn't really an option, because I did that last week, and I was like, nah. I wonder if they picked Oil Ocean just because T-Lopes wanted to remix it. The game was still in development, and he just sneakily snuck an Oil Ocean remix in, and they were like, "We didn't put Oil Ocean in the game." It's like, oh, oops. Well, might as well put it in now. Got him. Believe it or not, this is on shuffle. Yet it just gave us both Oil Oceans back to back. Also tonight, because I didn't really care for VLC as a music player, I went and installed Winamp. They reworked the Winamp website, and it now proudly states Llama Ass Whipping Academy or something crazy like that. And if you don't know what Winamp is, you're probably like, what the fuck did you just say? But if you do know what Winamp is, you probably are now dying laughing because it's really funny. I almost fell out of my chair when I saw it. Also, apparently they're developing Winamp again? Like, I thought they discontinued it, but the site makes it sound like they're still actively working on it. I was like, huh. Was there, like, so much of a backlash that they were like, oh, I guess people still want it, so I guess we'll do it. Yeah, not backlashing, necessarily. They probably just... People probably responded more passionately than they expected, and they were like, huh. It's a media player, Volpe, from, like, the late 90s, early 2000s that, like, not many people use anymore because it's kind of just a media player. It kind of got replaced by, like, Spotify and stuff that just gives you access to the music. Winamp doesn't give you access to music. You have to have the music otherwise. But it was just kind of... I felt like it was the go-to back in the day. And I still have a lot of albums just sitting around in MP3 format, so it's still useful for me. I wasn't going to reinstall it on the new computer, but then... because I don't really use it casually, but if we're gonna start doing art streams semi-regularly, I need something that can play music. I was just gonna use Spotify, but then I found out it plays ads, and I was like, well, fuck that. I don't want to buy it when I could just use something else, you know what I mean? A lot of the albums I wanted on Spotify weren't there either, so it was kind of like, it doesn't have too great of a video game soundtrack selection. Yeah, you can use Winamp for video files, too. I never did. In fact, I think VLC is totally fine for video files, but for music, I really didn't like it. But whenever I put a movie on, I'm fine with using VLC. Oh, do they have, like, streaming channels on Winamp? I never really looked into anything like that. Or I guess used to. But yeah, it kind of got forgotten about once, like, iPods became a thing and stuff. You know what I still miss? And not so much anymore, because Discord is totally fine. But I still miss AIM some days. While we're on the subject of making people feel old.
God, inking this is gonna fucking suck. But here we go. AIM was simple, was what I always liked about AIM. It just worked. It wasn't like... It wasn't too complicated. Sure, there were other options that had more features, but like, they were sometimes like, they didn't work very well sometimes. AIM just got the job done. Maybe it's that I miss some of the friends I had on AIM more than anything. Some of which I now have no idea how to contact, which is like a shame. But I recently started watching a Twitch streamer, thanks to GDQ, and his, like, some of his alerts on his stream are AIM sound effects, and I'm like, God, it's been like 10 years since I've used AIM, and I still hear that sound effect and think I have a message. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, I had a few friends that I lost contact. Like, we kind of stopped talking, and then I didn't really realize that I wish I had kept in touch until I didn't hear about AIM being shut down until I went to download it one day and found out it was shut down, and I was like, oh shit. And then I was suddenly like, damn, I don't know how to contact these people. With the exception of people I knew from school, because I know their names, I can just look them up on Facebook, right? As long as they use Facebook. But I had, like, some World of Warcraft friends that I just don't have a way of contacting now. Because we both stopped playing the game. And it was pre-battle tag, so I don't even have that to keep in touch with them. Or not pre-battle tag so much as that was when battle tag forced you to show your full name. So a lot of people just refused to use it.
It's amazing how many different companies all made that same mistake of being like, let's force our users to use their real names. Sony tried it with PlayStation Network. Google tried it with Google Plus. Blizzard tried it with Battle.net. It's like all around like the same time too. They all suffered the same backlash, too, where everyone was like, are you fucking bonkers? No. Yeah, and I was always one where I always signed all my artwork with my full name anyway, so I was like, I don't fucking care. But I was still like, why would you force people to do that? That's stupid. I'd love to know what their reasoning behind it was. Was it just because they figured, well, less people can troll? Because then it's like the anti-troll, because you don't have anonymity? Sorry, I'm pausing to crack open a drink, by the way. I guess they did it for marketing data collection reasons. No, because, like, when you make an account, they ask you for your name, so they already have that, right? The difference here is these platforms started forcing you to use your real name as your display name. Yes, they do ask for your name for data collection reasons. That's correct, but data collection and probably to stop you from making multiple accounts, because then they can just look and be like, you already have one. You know what else I miss is Risk of Rain. They gotta smack us with that new update. I don't know why, just recently I've been, like, really itching. I'm like, that would be fun. I think it's just due to seeing so many advertisements for it lately. Especially seeing, like, positive reception for the game and people being like, this is... Like, I saw that one advertisement that showed, like, review scores. I talked about this the other night. And one of the quotes was, like, best roguelike I've ever played. And I was like, you know what? I fucking agree. You only made an account for what? For YouTube? In 2018? That's probably fine. I shouldn't fuss over that too much. Nope, I hate it. I'm gonna fuss over it. You can't stop me. Yeah, the Google Plus merge was kind of shitty. I remember that hit like right after I created my channel. And yeah, again, it was, hey, we're gonna force you to use your real name, which people didn't like. On top of that, the functionality of it was fucking annoying. Like, everything was difficult.
I think that was why... I don't remember why this came up a couple weeks ago. A couple days ago. That's why, like... the Nintagious channel isn't, like, the primary user on this account. I think that was because of Google+. They made you do some weird shit with, like, brand accounts or something. It was fucking annoying. Okay. So this is something I haven't been doing, but we're gonna do it here. I mentioned it once, I think. About, like, roughing out the shading first before we fill it in. And the reason we're gonna do that here is because of this fucking fur. Because I don't want to make the fur smooth, right? That would look kind of weird, so... I don't know about that. Yeah, Nintendo never blocked anything, but they used to copyright claim literally everything. Until, like, when I started streaming, they were still doing that. And I was kind of like, that doesn't matter, because... We just talked about this bit last night, right? Because View brought it up with his Blasphemous stream that got copyright claimed. And, like, copyright claims aren't really as big of a deal as a lot of people made it out to be. A lot of people made it, like, when I started streaming, everybody was making such a big deal about the fact that Nintendo copyright claimed everything. And I was like, don't you get, like, 4 cents a video? Or a stream? Like, ad revenue for streams is very low. Unless one of those streams gets a lot of archive watches,
it's really not that big of a deal. It's a much bigger deal for video content, for sure. Now, don't get me wrong, I think if everything you do has a copyright claim on it, it's not necessarily going to look good, but... That's why I sometimes still worry about it, because I don't think you want... If you stream 20 days in a month, and 15 of those streams have copyright claims, I don't think that looks great. That could potentially be a reason why YouTube's going to drag their feet on monetizing you, because they don't look to see why it's claimed. They just see that it's claimed, and they assume you're probably just uploading... You're not transforming the content in any way. It's not transformative. Okay. This happens sometimes. Sometimes Flash loses its mind temporarily. Why was it grouped? What the shit and fuck? What? Okay, whatever. Move it on. That shouldn't have happened. This is another track I think is an absolute banger. You're not good with textures? They're fucking hard, dude. They're fucking hard. You think you're the only one? You're not. Factoid. I would argue most things that I hear up and coming artists say, like, oh, I'm not necessarily good with this thing. I'd say 9 times out of 10, I'm like, I'm not good with it either. Like, you kind of don't get good with it. You just kind of... You get good enough with it to make it work. And mask the fact that you're not very good with it. Sometimes art is smoke and mirrors, honestly. Sometimes it's just about making it look good despite the fact that you have no fucking clue what you're doing. That was weird. You know what? I really need to uninstall McAfee. It's really something I should have done day one. Like, I should have unboxed the computer, saw it had McAfee on it, and deleted it immediately.
I don't love that right there. Might have to be tweaked. And I think I've talked about it before, Volpe. Don't be afraid to like look at the work of others as reference. As long as you're not copying like the character design itself, or even the pose. But like if you're like with textures, for example, if you're looking at something like Venonat here, Google image search Venonat and see how other artists have done it, and then just be like, okay, what do I like? What's a way that I would like to imitate that style? I do that a lot. If I'm like, okay, I have the pose down. I have the pose the way I want it. But, you know, this one hand is, like, at an angle that I'm not necessarily sure how to get it to look good. So I just start looking at other artists that, like, I have, like, a list of artists where I'm like, okay, these guys have similar styles to me, so they're typically a good reference point. And then I just look through their work until I find something where they have a hand at a similar angle and be like, okay, how do I imitate that and use that? We've talked a lot about, like, artist misconceptions and stuff, and I think a lot of people would think, oh, you're not allowed to, like, reference other artists' work, like, at all, because that's copying, and it's like, no, not necessarily. There's a distinct difference between using something as a reference point and using it to, like, learn and outright copying. Fucking tiny little bar. It did it again. Why? Why the hell is it doing that? That's a new one. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. There's still a few things we have to do here. Sampling? I feel like that's a decent term for it, sure. But yeah, as long as you're not, like, looking at something someone does and just using the exact same pose, but putting a different character in that pose, it's like, that's kind of... Even if you're gonna do that, try and draw the pose from, like, a different angle or something. Do something to make it your own. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I think we just want that one. Okay. One last thing. Obnoxious level of detail, but you know what? It's important. 6. What am I doing here?
This is a deceptively difficult to pattern the eyes. Yeah, I really don't know why this one's not. I'm having a hard time visualizing it. I think I know why. And I think I know why the art cheats. Like, the official artwork totally cheats. They're not like grafted to the eye, if that makes sense. It's just a grid that they paste in there. There we go. That should be alright. Should be a little tanner than that. Yeah, I think that actually looks pretty accurate color-wise. Sometimes I have to check because the color balance on my computer monitor and the color balance on the tablet are like slightly different. So sometimes I'll do the colors on the tablet and then I'll look at it on the computer monitor and be like, oh, that looks terrible.
Oh, take it easy, Acid. I didn't even know you were still lurking. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it's like a blue-purple. Alright, well that's it for our active team. Now we have to handle the deadies. Hey, Scarlet. I don't really like that. Not into it. You can tell, or at least some people can tell,
that I've drawn Rouge a lot more than I've drawn Zubat, because I'm totally just giving him Rouge wings. And totally ignoring how Zubat wings even work. I think that'll work. Much smaller. Much smaller. Yeah, like that small. Well, Zubats are tiny. Are these tails, or are they very premature legs? Oh, a tailcoat.
Maybe that is what they were going for. It'd be very vampiric. Adobe, could you stop fucking with me right now? It's just odd because the tails evolve into legs, but then they evolve back into wings.
It's like it briefly thought it needed legs and then was like, nah. Never mind. As it gets older and happier, it realizes it actually doesn't need legs, and it doesn't need that tongue.
It's like, nah, never mind.
Does need the eyes, though. They were like, yeah, the eyes stay.
Does it have a tongue as a Zubat? I can't tell from any of these references.
That's what I'm saying, it got eyes as a Golbat, and it was like, well, we need these. The tail and the legs and the huge mouth with the huge tongue, nah. But these eyes are pretty important. They are helpful.
I don't think it... For the most part, you can't see a tongue. For the most part, you can't see a tongue, so we're gonna not.
The only place you can see a tongue is, like,
manga reference. Yeah, I think that sizing is fine.
Oh, don't mind me, I'm just getting one of my... Getting a stretch break in. Oh, I'm sorry, Volpe. I completely forgot to actually talk about, like, what I was doing while I was doing that. I just kind of did it. For the most part, I think you're probably learning more from watching than from anything I'm saying. You'd think Golbat would learn it at least. Plus, in this particular circumstance, I skip a lot of steps on stuff like this. Like, when I did the art for the normal thumbnails, like the one of me, I did like several roughs of different poses before I committed to anything there. With these, I'm kind of just committing to the first thing that kind of works to save time, because I feel like if I obsessed over different poses for each one of these, I'd never get anything done. It still has the tongue, but it's usually like in animation form.
It's not always out.
And you can bet your ass if we had a Golbat on our team for any amount of time, I would have drawn that thing flopping all over the place. By thing, I mean tongue. Perverts. Speaking of, did you guys see that Pokemon Masters sex was trending today? That was the funniest fucking thing. I legit laughed. More than I should have. I know Eno did, because I mentioned something to him already. Yeah, for some reason they decided to name it Pokemon Masters EX, and then when you spell it out with no capitalization, it makes Pokemon Masters sex. And it's really funny that they didn't catch that. I even talked to my buddy that works at Pokemon, and even he thought it was hilarious. And he basically said it's because Japan. Like, Japan didn't put it together. Pokemon Masters it's a mobile game. And they just, oh my god, Adobe, what the fuck? They recently had a big update that, like, was supposed to completely revamp the game, because everybody thought it was super boring. So good on them for doing it, but then they decided to name it Masters EX. And then when you type it out as all one word with no capitalization, it makes Master Sex instead of Masteries EX. I think Volpe's trolling. Or they caught it and just agreed to pretend they didn't. That's possible, too. They caught it and were like, eh. That's fine. Could be worse. All they had to do was name it, like, Masters Deluxe or something, and it would have been fine. No, it's because when you put the words Masters and the word EX right next to each other, with no space, and no capitalization, it's a gross oversight. Of course, you know, Twitter, they were like, we are running with this.
I mean, honestly, for a game that previously everybody thought was super boring, it's really good publicity. So it's
Kind of whatever.
puts it back on the map for people that wrote it off previously. Like, I think the developers actually came out at one point and apologized that the game was boring. They were like, sorry, we're working on it.
This is that track that takes like a full minute to fade out. It's like so hesitant.
But we don't want to go. It's not a full minute, but it's still way longer than fades usually are. Scarlet, how are your Mega Man 3 runs going, by the way? Zuet looks like he's in anguish. Which kind of means I nailed it, right? Kind of like Drowsy, looks creepy as fuck, which means I nailed it.
Scarletto?
Scarlet Leaf? No, she left us. She left us. She left us to the T-Rex.
Are you doing one of those things where, like, yeah, you're putting off rebooting because you're afraid it's not going to turn back on? I've been there before. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, is it not like... So what, your computer itself isn't really locking up? It's just the stream?
What? I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, Scarlet. I've never really thought about it.
I'd be the same sort of person that I already am, I think.
I don't think that would change much.
Best answer? Which was best answer? Ugh.
I feel like I can just go with the simplistic shading here. Maybe I should have a little bit of shading like under the wings here. Just a little bit.
Oh. I'd like to think so, yeah, because, like... I don't know, that does... I guess I can't say for sure, and I never would be able to say for sure, but I like to think that really doesn't have anything... Gender doesn't have anything to do with what type of person I am. Because I've never stopped and been like... I don't stop and think about, like... I can't be this type of person because of this, or this. This is not multiplied yet. There we go.
I think that should maybe be a little bit lighter.
You know what? No, I think that looks solid.
I think that looks solid. View lives just to die. What can you do? What can you do?
And this might be... Fun fact, all of these references I've been looking up, I've been testing Google and just putting in the Pokemon name, but not the word Pokemon. Haunter might be one of the only ones where I might actually have to put in... I might have to specify Pokemon. I do not, actually. These are all just Haunters. Imagine that. Alright, 4.5 hours. We should have enough time to do Haunter, but that's probably about it. I mentioned thinking about adding the trainer. We're not gonna have that kind of time. He is kind of doing the arm pump too, isn't he? Hey Lucky, how's it going? Man, sometimes the, like, hyper-realistic renditions I see of Pokemon are, like, super fucking cool. Sometimes they're not, but sometimes they are. No raid yet. We still got things to do.
Does that look like he's holding his gut in laughter? Like, am I achieving what I'm going for there? He should look vindictive as fuck. Since he took down that gym leader, like, he sacrificed himself to defeat that gym leader. I mostly mean, like, his hands. His hands are the important part. I think that works better if he's, like, pointing and laughing. We also have to make Haunter huge, because these things are fucking enormous for some reason. I changed View's name. Do we have over 15 likes? I haven't been paying attention. Smack pixels. I feel like I could also have his hand up here. And that might read better. We'll worry about the rest of him first. You can't even see the emerald count right now. Cheater.
You're just assuming it hasn't changed. I don't think it has, so you're fine.
That's so good.
It never stops being good.
Oh no. Oh no. They did the thing I hate. Which totally makes sense, but it also doesn't. Oh no. In an attempt to give him a seamless line of jagged teeth, they just did one of those. So he has 4 teeth on top, but it means that he has 5 teeth on bottom, which is uneven, and he just has like 1 center tooth. I fucking hate it when cartoons do that. It's such a cheaty thing to do, and then it just...
They don't even line up, so why...
Why would you? Fucking jack-o'-lantern looking ass.
It's alright, we're gonna allow them to get away with another cheat here because it's the best way to sell it. Even though it's an equal... What the fuck, that's not how it works.
The good ol' eyelid pupil.
What are you going on about, Scarlet?
I think those should be bigger as well. I feel like his mouth could maybe stand to be bigger too. Oh, that's kind of what I assumed you were playing, but I didn't want to completely assume. Alright, yeah, I feel like we should go with, like, that kind of angle instead, like he's covering his mouth. I think we're gonna have to redraw the hand, but I think that's what we want to go for.
Holy shit, I forgot that there was that episode of the anime where he straight up kills Ash. How did I completely forgot that was a thing. And now scrolling through references. Like, oh yeah, that was the thing that happened. I was kind of hoping, because as I mentioned earlier, fuck Pokemon with 3 fingers. I was kind of hoping I could find a good, like, laughing reference I could use here to cheat the hand a little bit, and it looks like that's not gonna happen.
Could also go with the angle that he's like holding his head. But I don't really love that either. Honestly, you could probably just put a normal fucking hand in there. Now that he has the pointing... Yeah, now that he has the pointing, I don't think the other hand really has to be doing anything fancy, so maybe we'll be lazy here. I feel like we've earned a little laziness, thank you very much. This is what, Pokemon number 5 tonight or something like that? Yeah, I didn't want him to look like he was holding back the laughter at all. I wanted it to be full tilt. Ha! Got him! You just got fucking trolled. This hand is still not fantastic, but I might have to cut my losses on this one. Yeah, the Ninja Turtles tend to have, like, 2 fingers and a thumb, which is a little bit easier, because it's still, like, hand-shaped, and you can still kind of pose them as fingers. Which I tend to cheat and do that here. Haunter doesn't really have 2 fingers and a thumb, he kind of has 3 fingers.
Most Pokemon do, like Drowsy does as well, Mewtwo.
I think this will mostly get the job done. I feel like we need to clean up the inking a little bit, because this one might suck to ink a little bit. Spines are a little uneven.
I've managed to get through tonight without telling Titanic Monarch to fuck off, but it really makes me feel like my entire life is the most tedious thing in existence when I listen to this song.
It's so painful.
It's like having the Jeopardy music playing, like, as you're doing anything in life. It just immediately gives you anxiety.
I think Haunter should actually be, like, that big. Like, Haunter's fucking huge. I don't want him to take up that much space, though. I think that's too big. Might just leave him at that size. That's not terrible.
Is shut up a cuss? No. It's just considered to be, like, a rude thing to say, I guess. Like, if you're in terms of, like, if you're little and your parents are like, don't say that. Like, it's more because it's rude.
But it's not vulgarity. Something about him is seeming really off to me, and I'm having a hard time placing what it is. Actually, you know what? I think it's that he's supposed to have a little bit more... a little bit more depth on the sides. I think that's what we're missing.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, Scarlet doesn't approve of the vulgarity. Well, you know what? I'm too laser focused to, like, come up with anything other than you know what, so... Never mind. Yeah, that was better. That was better.
Such a subtle difference, but it looks like significantly better to me. Yeah, I think that size is good. I think we're good to move forward. Because I have to question if I should randomly make one of his hands glow red. That doesn't seem to be a thing in any of these references, but you see it in the games a lot. For some reason in the games, they're often like, what if one of his hands is randomly glowing? Only one of them.
You don't have to silence vulgarity, but, like, it gives you broader advertising appeal.
Which is so stupid, because you're still allowed to do it. As long as you, like, bleep it out, that suddenly makes it okay. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you're still doing it. But yeah, when you're, like, setting up your monetization on, like, a per video basis, it basically asks you, like, how much do you swear in the video, among other things. And if you don't at all, then more advertisers will jump on board, so it's technically better, but there's not, like, a rule against it. But yes, I've noticed that a lot of people that, like, stream on Twitch and put highlights on YouTube, they censor everything, and that's probably because then it can be fully monetized. Which, again, I think that's stupid, because you know what they're saying, right? Like, I don't understand. I guess they think really little kids aren't going to know what they're saying, but that logic just doesn't really work to me.
bum 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 bum. Oh my god. Oh my...
Sometimes auto smoothing just has a fucking mind of its own.
Let's try to sleep. Okay. Fine. Thank you for hanging out, though. I imagine I'll see you on Thursday. Unless you just completely randomly kind of feel like streaming tomorrow. And then, you know, maybe I'd come watch that. Be nice to feel like it. I was actually thinking I should try to stream tomorrow, but I don't really have anything where I'm like, damn, this, like, something I really want to play. I feel like next week or on Saturday it might be likely, because then I'll have Avengers in my hands and I might just want to play the shit out of that. No promises, of course, but I've been thinking about it lately just because I've been feeling better lately, that maybe I don't need those 2 nights off a week. It's still nice, though. It's still nice to have them, so... Ooh, my phone needs to go on its charger. Let's do that really quick. So then it'll be done charging by the time we're done. That's a new one that it does sometimes, too, where it just randomly is like, we're just gonna send that line off to the void. You never actually drew it. Oh, I think I saw you mention that Dragon Quest art book earlier? Yesterday? I don't know. I don't remember. I remember it coming up, though. It actually isn't being as much of a pain to ink as I was thinking it would be. Sometimes you see stuff in those books that, like, hasn't been released otherwise, too. Oh my god. Dobby's really getting fucking grumpy about something. I think this is helping me realize that just about 6 hours is my limit, too, when it comes to drawing. Like, this is only within working on Haunter here has, like, my hands started to cramp up and stuff. So that seems to be the sweet spot. Bum, 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 bum. I did save already. You know what? We're gonna rough this one out, too.
Because we're gonna do a highlight on this one.
Favorite boss music? This one's really good. I can't think of one that stands out more than the others.
Hey, Lightgazer, how's it going? We're drawing you. This is also really cool boss music. If you are thinking, it's funny because this is one of the first ones that actually does come to mind in terms of boss music. But I don't remember if it's actually in Sonic and Knuckles or if it's only in Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
this shit's amazing. This is a hot contender for my like favorite boss music for sure. It's funny, this was gonna be our break music this month. Then I changed my mind at the last minute. This is final boss music. Yeah, we were gonna use this for the splash music, and then we were gonna use the Sonic Generations version for the break music. Which is probably one of the best remixes I've ever heard. Like, this remix is fantastic. Because how do you make a good boss track better? You add guitar solos and shit. That's what you do. Like it. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. And yeah, it's something cool about these streams is I can just queue up whatever music I want, like in a heartbeat. As long as I have it. There's such a thing as being too epic. I would say that this one gets close to too epic. Like, listen to this shit. Oh, you thought it was over?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Lightgazer the Haunter was pretty good addition to the team until he sacrificed himself to take out the 5th gem. Hence his laughter. Hence the laughter that he is quite enjoying. Yeah, Volpe's just still not on the team because he'd rather survive. He'd rather run and survive. You know the sad thing? This music is only in the 3DS version of Sonic Generations, and it's for a boss fight that lasts about a minute. It's a remix that's like 3.5 minutes long, and it's for a boss that lasts about a minute. In the version of the game that nobody's played. I guess this isn't technically final. It is final boss music and it isn't. Because if you play normal, like, standalone Sonic 3, this is the music that plays for the final boss. It doesn't play for the final boss in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Because that's Doomsday Zone. But the boss before that plays this. And then, yeah, Final Boss of Mania is really good, too. It's a shame that the boss isn't very cool. Got him.
Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. The music should match the boss, yeah. Sometimes it doesn't. I think that'll be alright.
Hey Lucky, welcome back. Without looking at a reference of Gligar, yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, let me see. Oddly, this is like exactly the type of purple that well, no, he's a little paler than this. More like this, maybe? Depends on which version you're looking at. Yeah, that color purple is like exactly what type of purple he is. Maybe a little paler, but I also feel like it's also fine the way it is. See how it looks.
I don't like the highlight. The highlight looks like shit. Yeah, the highlight looks like trash. I think we're just gonna get rid of that. We might add a different type of highlight, but I don't think that looked that good. I don't know, I feel like that purple is a little off. Too dark, maybe? That's gonna be too light, though. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, there it is. There it is. Maybe not. That might be a little bit too vibrant. It's tough because, like, the first 3 references are all official references, right? One is, like, the official artwork, one is the in-game graphic, and one is from the anime. They're all completely different shades of purple. Let me see if I can get some sort of highlight going that doesn't look completely idiotic. I think that might look okay, but now the purple is more noticeably off than it was before. Let's go with the in-game purple. I think that's what's gonna look the best. Which I think is like that. Even though that's very gray. I don't know how I feel about that. But that also looks really accurate. Let's try it on. Oh, something else that's really nice about Animate, and one of the reasons I like it, is that you can do this. You can just change the colors arbitrarily, and it's not gonna cost you, it's not gonna create hours of work. Some paint programs, if you want to change the colors, you basically have to, like, repaint everything. There's no way to just, like, paint bucket it in. without it causing, like, weird issues. How do you kill ghosts? Critical hits usually do the epic thing about it is, okay, so it was Chuck's Poliwrath is what took it down. I think I sent in my Poliwhirl and hypnotized it. I think. And then I switched Haunter in. It immediately woke up. And I think it used Dynamic Punch and missed, or Focus Energy or something. I don't remember, which would explain the crit. And then I hypnotized it again, and I was like, now I'm gonna use Curse on it. It's going to immediately wake up and use Surf and kill me. And that's exactly what it did. Exactly what it did. I was almost proud if it weren't for the fact that I was kind of sad. These lumpy highlights are so sad. Speaking of sad. The only thing I didn't do was call that it was going to be a crit. Which I probably should have seen coming. But you know what? Haunter died laughing, so he got the last laugh. Yeah, I think it still tried to use Dynamic Punch. Well, since I switched, it was trying to use it on something else. I don't remember. You can go watch the VOD. It's all there. It's all there. I don't know if I'm set on this
Coloration.
Also, hey Phil, how's it going? Maybe it's just the highlight I don't like? I don't know. It didn't even learn. I don't know if Destiny Bond's even in Generation 2. My sole plan was let's just curse it in case nothing else can kill it. So you still did. You beat the gym for us. It's just, you know, you also died doing it. Let's get our ensemble all set up here. Like I said, I was kind of thinking about adding the trainer too. I don't think I'm going to do that because we're basically out of time. You know what? I'm gonna change. Mouth to just black, I think. Let's put the ugly Game Boy background on again. Filters, glow. Bum 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 ba da bum bum. Bum bum ba da bum ba da bum. Bum ba dum bum bum ba da bum bum. Ba da 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 da. Ba da dum bum. Just color -100 and saturation, and then we're gonna add now we got ghosts. We got ghosts. I might have to adjust that a little bit more. I'm probably gonna slap it on the layout and see how it looks. Yeah, Destiny Bond is... Yeah, if you kill me, you're also going down. You use it with, like, mean looks so they can't escape, and yeah, it would have been useless in a Nuzlocke, you're not wrong. Unless I was willing to sacrifice that Pokemon. Which more or less is what happened with Haunter. Like, we basically sacrificed him to beat the gym. Knowingly. Because like I said, I even said this is probably what's gonna happen. But I still took a chance. I almost gave Graveler self-destruct, thinking we'll just cook it until the end of the game and then we'll, like, blow up on Red's Snorlax or something. I almost did it. I was like, it's appealing. It's appealing, it's stupid, but it's appealing. And yeah, Scarlet the Graveler has been carrying so far. Yeah, we could still learn Explosion later, that's totally possible. Alright. So like I said, I was kind of thinking about adding the trainer too, but we don't have the time for that tonight. Maybe we'll do it next week? After the next episode of the Nuzlocke? Maybe? I don't know. We might have so many other Pokemon to draw that I might be like, nah. I'm pretty happy that we got all these done tonight, though. We did, what, like 5... Yeah, we did 5 Pokemon tonight. We did Haunter, Zubat, Venonat, Poliwhirl, and Drowsy. And 2 of them we made just to add to the ghost pile.
I think when we're done, I'll make, like, a real big montage of all of the ones that we've drawn. That would be shitty if it worked on Dynamax Pokemon. That would be terrible. Does it mean Dynamax in general, or just raids? Because raids would be broken. Like, that just wouldn't work. Except it would make that one NPC's Wobbuffet actually useful. You all know the one I'm talking about. Weepinbell looks so surprised. He's just like, I died! But I'm the one that had Cut. Yeah, well, Cut's a shitty move, so it doesn't save you. Yeah, I might still tweak the placement of everyone a teeny bit. Just get some weird, like, OCD non-overlaps going here. No, we're gonna leave Venonat in the back. If that makes sense. Disc 1 is broken? What do you mean? Just randomly stopped reading it? That sucks. Doesn't he have more than one copy of the game, though? That might be a poor assumption on my part. What's he playing? I mean, I don't think we're going to raid, but if we were, then that's probably where we were gonna go. Oh, he's playing Warzone, that makes sense. Well, that's what I'm gonna go watch. It's kind of the only thing I have live, too, so... If you guys need something that you gotta watch, then it's something you need to watch. Something... If you need something to watch, then there you go. He's chatting. Wow, it's just locked. That's really unfortunate. He's been really wanting to getting back into running that too. So yeah, it's highly unfortunate. Junon's a town, Volpe. With the dolphin. Which I'm pretty sure you did. Drop some pixels for the end of the stream. That'll be it for tonight. Probably goes without saying. As I said, this was a pretty good test because now I realize that just about 6 hours is right when I'm like, right when my hand starts to cramp up and stuff, and that's about the most I can do. Which sucks because I have other stuff that I wanted to work on tonight too. So now I'm not sure how much of that I'm gonna be able to get done. I'm gonna have to take a break and refresh and then maybe come back. I get that. I have a hard time remembering town names in games too, and NPC names. But the thing is, I feel like Lightgazer gave you enough context. Because you remembered the dolphin, right? So you just had to keep reading. And you would have been like, oh yeah, that part. Okay, so like I said, I'm gonna go watch Twain. If you guys need something to watch, there you go. You're all familiar with him, I'm pretty sure. I'm off tomorrow, and then Thursday we'll be back with Fall Guys, and then Friday we're probably gonna start Avengers and see where we get with that. If I'm hooked enough on that, we'll probably play it again Saturday night. And then Sunday, instead of speedruns this week, we'll do another art stream. We'll get back to, well, I was gonna open up the Mega Man file and be like, hey, here it is. Here's what we were working on, but it's not in my recent files, so never mind. But yeah, we'll work on that on Sunday then, and then Monday we'll go back to the Nuzlocke, and I don't know what we'll do next Tuesday. We'll figure it out when we get there. So thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. It was a lot of fun. I really do, and like I'm glad that I'm capable of doing these now, because they're enjoyable. They're chill. It's one of those things where I would have been sitting here drawing anyway, so it's not too, like, taxing, because this is probably what I would have done tonight anyway if I wouldn't have streamed. I would have been working on getting this caught up, so it's nice to double up. And Light Gazer, thank you again for the super chat earlier. I think that's about all we had going on tonight. It was a pretty quiet night. But again, it's chill. That's kind of the appeal. So yeah, I'll see you guys on Thursday for some Fall Guys. So take it easy. Thanks again for hanging out, and I'll see you guys next time.